back home after a week away. That's embarrassing. The game handed that fight to me on a silver platter because I didn't have the calculator already and I didn't put 800 points in the slot. I didn't know where I was. So starstruck by that crit attack from Cloud that I just didn't even remember to put 800 points on him with the calculator. It's really annoying. Or wasted opportunity. Frantically trying to remember which values to put in on the calculator. To the point where I just didn't even put 800 points in. Counter RNG was bad, so it probably wouldn't have been that great anyway. Find out when I get to that point. Now when I go to mark the IDT, it's gonna the IDT client itself crashed. Now when I try and type it, it's gonna come up error. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Alright, light split 1, where are you? Splits. Start timer at 100.00. Okay. See the timer hit a minute. I need to click play on live split 1. Did that a bit too early, but whatever. Now it's going to show flow timer, because of course it fucking is. predicting the mayor password's best is going to be annoying now, but it's whatever. That is pretty typical of this game, though. Get two really bad encounters and then just get a fight like that. Ask, thank you. Feeling like maybe I've flushed away my good RNG for the day, but maybe not. Maybe these next two cameras will be good. Oh, okay. Is this better, or is it too loud? Okay. Thank you. And thank you for the block. Lock volume. There. That way it can't undo itself. It can undo itself on the Windows volume mixer, but it can't undo itself on OBS now because I've locked it. 1105, pretty decent. My IDT is pretty messed up though, which is kind of annoying, but whatever. I'll probably just end up playing it safe in the mayor password anyway. What is that noise I'm hearing? Oh, my video player at 25% speed wasn't muted. That's what that noise was. You guys couldn't hear it, but I could. Forgot to mute the video player when I beat it upstream. 2228 with those bonks. Like the 2 bonks I did and text boxes I had to close after Jesse skip, and I still got a 22-2x. Nice. So I've been going pretty well, Alucard. I bonked twice just after Jesse skip, but I still managed to get a 22-2x into wall market, which for me is insane. Even for morning draft, that's like pretty good. But I've never had better than a 22-2x in a wall market. My best is a 22-24 according to my best split times. And we're only 4 seconds off that. So other than the 2 bonks I had after the Jesse skip and the 2 extra text boxes I had to close, pretty good, pretty good. I mean, reactive was pretty lucky. Like, I left Guard Scorpion with Cloud barely not having a limit, and he got hit in the next encounter, so that was good. He barely doesn't have a limit, and you get that encounter, and Cloud doesn't get targeted, and you flee. It's pretty bad. Kind of need that limit for apps. You can progress without preemptive apps, even if you're trying to go fast, but you have to hit elevator minute. Like, you have to hit every single floor. You have to hit every single jump for elevator minute. If you want to still carry on the run after not getting preemptive apps, or after not having a limit for preemptive apps. Like, it's really bad. I mean, obviously you can, like, use attacks and bowl, but that's super slow. In terms of, like, not losing a bajillion years, the only way to continue after you don't have a limit for apps is if you get elevator manip and you hit every floor jump. Like, every jump, like, you have to hit every jump where both the digits add up to 11, basically. You have to hit every single floor. It has to be a full elevator minute, otherwise it's just done. Yeah, these are my real PB splits as well. Granted, you know, the first two splits by PB are really bad. Like, really bad. But still gets my actual PB splits. My PB does get right arm though, so we're still technically behind right now, assuming we don't get right arm, which right arm is a 7% steal rate. You only have a 7% chance of getting right arm. And right arm typically saves about 30 seconds, I think. It might be like 25 to 35, but even still. If we're assuming no right arm, which we should be, because it's only a 7% chance, we are still pretty much behind right now, because my PB does get right arm, but we still get to enjoy the greens for now, and the pace is still decent despite that. My IGT isn't accurate though, because my splits crashed, like, during the first FMV, so I had to go in live split 1, and like... Sorry, no, I could tell my splits were about to crash, so I had to open live split 1 and set an offset timer, and then start that timer, and then end my live split instance, like, end the live split task, reopen the live split task, open live split, go back over to live split 1, live split 1, set an offset on the actual instance of live split, and then when the live split 1 time gets to that time, start the timer. So because of that, the IGT is like over a minute and a half behind, like where it should be, which makes gauging whether I can go for the best password on Maya, because obviously, you know, you need to answer a password when you get to Maya, and you use the IGT for that in a speedrun. Normally I like to look at the IGT so I can find out sooner rather than later if it's worth going for the best password or not, because best is like literally, you just mash through and it's the first option. So if the IGT is close to best, I like to know if I can open the menu for just a little bit longer. Because if best is like the next one, that means it's probably worth waiting a little bit extra just so I can mash through all of the text boxes. And I like to look at the IGT to be able to tell whether it's worth doing that or not. But I'm not really going to be able to do that this run. Tell you what I could do though. After I do the menu before apps, like, there's a menu I have to do before apps. After I've done the movement and I get into the dialogue, I can download the replay buffer and check what the IGT was and what the RTA was. And I can use that to discern where to mark my IGT. I can do that. I'd have to do it, like, during the Reno cutscene though. Against my no right arm splits, we're still ahead, which my no right arm splits have a much better early game. Come we didn't even have to grab that hyper, because I'm pretty sure Cloud used the limit. I got a Scorpion, but whatever. There's no way for us to be on best pace, because our best pace gets crit bravery on preemptive apps. I mean, that's still possible to happen again, but I'm not counting on it. Realistically, there's no way that we're going to get ahead of best pace here. My best pace here is 35-34, so... may as well just play the menu as safe as I can. Put Hyper on Cloud, take both the material off. Cloud only attacked for 37, outside of the tail laser phase, a Guard Scorpion, so his attack rolls aren't particularly that high, so I'm going to remove material anyway. But yeah, I'm not too bad. I just got back home. Spent like a week away. Refresh my mind a little bit. My menus are going to be dog shit slow, but I might actually enjoy playing the game again. If that fails, there's always Forbidden Memories. If that fails, there's always Toy Story Racer. I'm kind of over the whole, like, oh, I gotta stick to only playing this to maximize my improvements. Like, I'm kind of over it. I don't really care anymore. I just want to play this for fun, if I'm completely honest. I'll just switch between games if I want to switch between games. Replay. Okay, replay buffer downloaded. That way I can mark the IGT while I'm at Reno. Like, I'm not like a prestige speedrunner or anything, so I think I'll just stay melee and then just switch to other games if I want to. Like, that's not me. I try to be sweaty, but that's not really me, I don't think. Play stuff with the goal of having fun. I feel like it's kind of ruined melee for me as well. Like, whenever I play melee now, I feel like it's not worth playing unless I'm winning. Like, if someone beats me like 4 times in a row, I'll just quit now. I've become a very sore loser when I play games like melee. And I think the aspect of me just, like, sticking to playing any one game at a time, I feel like that's partially the reason for that. Like, melee just feels not worth playing unless I'm winning, which is very bad. Maybe I'm just green now, though. Maybe it's just because I've tried to try hard so much with games lately. Maybe it's made me more green and not willing to play if I'm losing. Oh yeah, my no right arm splits don't get preemptive amps. We lost time there, but I mean we grabbed the hyper as well as removing the materia, so that small time loss isn't really a huge deal. I think if we didn't grab the hyper and put hyper on Cloud, we probably would have broke even or even saved time over that split. Okay, let's look at what the IDT was when I open that menu, and let's look at what the RTA was at. That should allow me to be able to gauge where to mark this IDT. All Bravers already. That's OD. Okay, the IGT should be roughly synced now. Should. Maybe I did the arithmetic incorrectly, but... I just thought of something. I think if you take stairs, you should definitely do double poison. Like, absolutely. If you're taking stairs, then double poison is absolutely what you should be doing. I mean, maybe not necessarily, because it might mess up your menu consistency. But I was just thinking just now, like, I think if you take stairs, with all that extra movement you need to burn anyway, I think you should definitely do double poison if you take stairs. I don't know. Maybe I'm ignorant in thinking that, but there's a thought that just came in my mind right now. You should probably most definitely do double poison strats or double bio strats if you are taking stairs. Obviously it depends on your menu route, but still. I think in most cases if you take stairs you should probably, like, 9 times out of 10 you should probably do double bio strats. Might need to reroute your menus, but I feel like it'd be worth it, especially if you take stairs. My stopwatch just crashed. That's bullshit. We didn't make the group. We just didn't make the group. Our movement wasn't good enough somewhere. Yeah, we just didn't make the group. There's no floor 35 in this group or on this list. If I had to hazard a guess as to which screen we messed up on, it would probably be the second wall market screen. You know, before you go into the battery shop. Yeah, I think if I had to hazard a guess, that would be where we messed up movement. But yeah, there's no floor 35 or 45 on this group. Or yeah, with this group and this list, there's no floor 35. So we just didn't make the group, fortunately. Damn it. Well, I'll check our grenade count after the Grunts fight. I think we should have enough. Now we're at 6 Bravers. I mean, that makes up for... Yeah, that makes up for J-Buff. The amount of less... Because Cloud's going to be over-leveled, we're not going to get as many... limits J-Buff, but the fact we have 6 already kind of makes up for that. But if we don't have enough grenades to continue, then we won't have enough grenades to continue, and that's that. We'll have to check after this fight. We have 44 grenades left. I think that's enough to continue. This is basically just a good stairs pace, but yeah, 44 grenades. I think that's enough. This is basically just a good stairs run. I mean, not really, because J-Buff's going to be slower, but we already have 6 Bravers stops, so that makes up for it somewhat. Alright, good segment so far. Shame about Elevator, but I think we should still continue it. I'm gonna check my PB now though. So, we had 43 at the end of that fight, after the grenade went through. We'll get my PB. Oh, in my PB I had 45 grenades at the end, and we have 43. So that's only a 2 grenade diff, really. And I'm pretty sure I had like 5 grenades at the end of the mobile fight. Okay, in my PB I had 5 grenades at the end of the mobile fight. And in my PB I had two more grenades than the grenade count we have now. So, even if I don't use any limits in the Gunner Brothers fight, and even if in my PB I've used a limit fight in a sample fight, sorry. Even if in my PB, a sample, I used a limit, even if I don't do a limit here, even if I don't do any limits of Gunner Brothers, that's still like 3 limits, so we'd still have enough grenades. I mean, we still need like, what, at least 1 grenade for the Chocobo, 2 to be safe. I'm pretty sure though, like even if I don't use any limits in Sample and Gunner Brothers, we'll be fine. I'll take the risk, but I'm not even sure if it really is that much of a risk, to be honest. It should be fine. I don't really remember using limits in those fights on my PB. I mean, it's been like 7 months since my PB, but still. I've looked at my PB since then, and I'm pretty sure I didn't use any limits in those 2 fights anyway, so... Too long didn't hit. We'll have more than enough grenades for the Chocobo, so we can still do calm skip. So we can continue this run. or Too Long Didn't Listen. We have more than enough grenades to get a chocobo for calm skip, so. That sucks. Sub-6 dead president on the segment. Very nice. Oh yeah, how far do you get up to? So you'll ask, have you played much since we last spoke, or? Sorry about that, chat. I had to, like, guarantee that I had enough grenades leaving Midgar. I had to, like, look at my PB board and look at that, like, take note of how many grenades I had at the end of the grunts fight, check how many I had at the end in my PB, and check if I'd have enough at the end of Motor Bowl. I had to, like, make damn sure of that, so that I'm not continuing the run for no reason. But, no, we have enough grenades, so just play for now. Haven't had a chance, had issues with the Switch, we finally got working, so it's reactive. Yeah, fair. Geon reactor. Do you mean Coral Mountains reactor? Geon is the place with Bombs Well. You know, the big snake thing. Okay, I just heard a Discord note somehow. What the hell? How am I hearing Discord? Yeah, that is the town with like the big cannon. I just don't remember coming across a reactor in that area at this point in the game, or at that point in the game. Okay, there's no way we're getting free preemptive, so the only way preemptive save time here is if you preemptive all three. There's no way that's happening, but I'm going for it anyway. And we didn't get it, but that's fine, because we can just sync it back up when this fire grenade goes through. Now we're back on the correct order. We're all synced back up. Volcan was also a reactor. I mean, to be completely honest, you're not too far off the truth, but at that point in the game there is no reactor. But I'm not saying there's a reactor later on either. But I mean, you're not too far off, because I mean, what happens later is adjacent to that. Either you have some subconscious memories of watching me play, or you just have very good media literacy, I guess. Go back through fast. Yeah, maybe. But yeah, at that point in the game, it's definitely not a reactor or anything like a reactor in that area. I know I said earlier I'm 99% sure I have enough grenades, but I'm still going to pay attention to the grenade count here. So we have 17. Yeah, that's more than enough. We're good. We're chilling. 7 grenades, sorry, 7 Braver total. 7. That is insane. I don't know if I've ever had like 7 Bravers up to this point. Not with guard skip anyway. With guard skip, I'm pretty sure I've never had 7 Bravers up to this point. That is insane. You need 8 for cross slash. We're only 1 away. And you start off the Genova birth fight using a limit, provided you get preemptive. Oh, waste of movement there. Doesn't matter because it's not a hostile screen, but still lost time. So based on the assumption we're going to get preemptive Genova, which if we don't, it's a reset anyway. And I mean, I get it 9 times out of 10. Probably more than, I'll probably get it 95 times out of 100. Based on that assumption that we're going to get preemptive Genova, which is a reset if I don't get it anyway. We're pretty much guaranteed a cross slash now. And then we'll get some limits from the fight as well, on top of that preemptive limit. 7 Bravers at this point in the run, especially with guard skip, is insane. That is unfathomably stupid. That is ridiculous. Just as well though, because Cloud is going to be level 12 before J-Buff. So his limits won't fill up as much, so it's just as well we've got so many stopped. It is on HD/PC, yeah, because you got to mash it. On the PSX version, this version, you can just hold either square or circle. You don't need to mash it. I mean, I'm probably going to turbo those inputs just so I can stretch my hands, but in the PSX version of this, there are only orange bikes. You probably saw blue bikes and orange bikes on that version. In this version, the only hostile bikes are the ones that, like, the only aggressive bikes are the orange ones. It's mostly red. On the HD/PC version, you have orange bikes and blue bikes on top of the red bikes. And both the blue bikes and the orange bikes are aggressive. Oh, you saying it like a sarcasm. It's just on HD you can get given patterns. It's RNG. Like sometimes you get given 3 red bikes straight away and you can just hold/mash the button. But especially on HD, you can just get a bunch of aggressive and like orange and blue bikes, which can throw you off. Okay, yeah. The only aggressive bikes on the PSX version are the orange bikes. And if you get 3 red bikes, which is what I have now, you can either just hold square or circle. You don't need to mash it, you just hold the button. Look at my input display, I'm going to switch from square to circle. You just hold it. And you're more likely to get 3 red bikes, I'm pretty sure, because on HD there are blue and orange aggressive bikes. I'm not sure if that means that like, either of the two happen more often. But based on my understanding, because the only aggressive bikes in this version are the orange ones, that means you're a lot more likely to get 3 red bikes, which is what I have now. Just hold the button, or just mash, which is what I'm about to get my turbo controller to do. There you go. Oh, you mean because you can just one-shot verbal anyway? I get what you mean, yeah. I do need to remember to flip the controller splitter to the other port there, otherwise I'll get double inputs on this fight, and it won't be a good time. It won't be pretty. It will be a disaster if I don't remember to flip to the other port on my controller splitter. Don't crit. Thank you. We are +2 on bolt rolls so far. 224 is what I look for. Last one was a 226, so we were +2. +4. I'm gonna risk a third. But +4 so far. Which means this next bolt, high rolls, I'm gonna switch to an ice on the 4th. We're already +4, so I don't want to push my luck here. Yeah, no. Fuck that for a tin of small soldiers. Play it safe with the ice. I think Cornfed has bowls of steel, so he'd probably try and chance it and then switch to ice on the 5th one, but I'm not as brave as Corn, so... Yeah, even with the ice, we're still gonna have enough grenades for the Chocobo, which is very nice. Cool. Might have done too many left inputs. Let's see though. Find out soon enough. That second limit was unnecessary, but we're through. That's what matters. 50th of 148 to 42nd of 122. Okay, so we still went up pace placements. That's cool. Is what that easy? The chocobo? Only if you manipulate it using correct IGTs. You need to get the correct formation. And it needs to be preemptive for it to be as easy as the way I did it. And the IGTs are also different on Switch because of the faster loads. The in-game times that you have to look for are different. Like, they're gonna be... You're gonna be leaving a lot later to yeah, so because the loads are a lot faster, the in-game times you look for, you're gonna be leaving a lot later in order to make up for the faster loads. Yeah, I mean, I was looking for specific IGTs to make it more consistent, and I have like preemptive like on my in-game time sheet, so I know which numbers give me a preemptive. So there's that as well. You can just get a preemptive just by chance, just by getting lucky. But it's very, very unlikely. Normally, if you get a preemptive on that chocobo encounter, it's because you manipulated it. And even if you manipulate it, you're like, you know, you're still more likely to not get a preemptive than to get a preemptive. But yeah, it looks easy, and I've made it look easy because I'm following a route. And I'm, like, using, like, manipulations that people have given me. Like, I'm reading from their, like, sheets. But casually, it's not that simple. And I'm able to predict what the IDT is going to be because, at least on PSX at this point in the run, on PSX at the point in the run that you're at, when you get to the Chocobo Ranch, you're, like, you look at the RTA, and by the time you leave the heart and, heart? Is that what we call it? Sounds incorrect. I don't think it... I don't think heart is the correct way, like, thing to call it. Now I feel fucking stupid. Okay. Bomb? Bon. Okay, Bon. It's called a fucking Bon, you fucking stupid ass, dumbass. Pega. It's called a fucking Bon, man. Like, come on. But yeah, I'm able to predict what the in-game time is going to be, because on PSX with fast disc speed, at that point in the run, by the time you leave the barn, and by the time you open the menu to put Chocobo Low on Barrett and change your A to B to wave, wish to do that. Your in-game time is roughly going to be 20 seconds higher than what your real time is when you enter the ranch, if that makes sense. So as well as me following a route, and a route making it a lot more consistent, a lot more efficient, a lot more time effective, I'm also looking at the timer on my splits to be able to predict what the in-game time is going to be, so I know what my IDT range is. So I can roughly look at which window of IDTs that I'm roughly going to be aiming for. Because I was like, see my timer is at like XX47. I know that when I leave a ranch, it's going to be at like Y07, if that makes sense. Because that's like 20 seconds after 47 seconds is 1 minute and 7 seconds. So I'll be looking for like Y07 because my RTA was X47 when I was entering the ranch. Not entering the ranch, but just entering the farm, let's say. Holy shit. On backup discs, these loads are like noticeably slower than Sonic's in Junon. Like, Sonic discs in Junon, like, the loads are noticeably faster. Like, I can actually notice how much slower these loads are on a backup disc in this area. Everywhere else I haven't been able to tell, even though I know there are for sure some loads that are going to be slower. I haven't been able to tell. But at this point in the run, you can definitely tell. At this section of the game, you can absolutely tell that the backup disc loads are slower. Yeah, no, IGT is a huge thing in FF7 runs. Especially in vanilla. Like, you can do IGT manips in CSR, but they feel weird because the game hasn't been run for as long when you reach the certain parts. The offset between your RTA and your in-game time is going to be different. So like IGT manips feel super weird on CSR for that reason. We do have sheets of them, like you can look at the numbers for CSR and use those, and the manips do work. But I feel like being at like the whole skill. Yeah, there is a skill check to being able to predict what the in-game times are going to be based on your RTA. And I feel like on CSR that's not really as much of a thing. Maybe if I played CSR more, I'd be able to discern what the IDTs are going to be based on the RTA. Like, I'd probably get used to it more. But just based on the limited amount of runs that we've done of CSR as a community, there doesn't really seem to be, like, as much of a skill ceiling. Like, the skill ceiling for, like, predicting what the in-game times are going to be based on the RTA, it seems to be lower. Like, in-game time and like predicting what the in-game times are going to be seems to be a lot less of a skill check on CSR. Who knows though, it could turn out they're actually more skillful to do on CSR, which wouldn't surprise me to be honest. I think in theory, like, predicting what the in-game times are going to be based on the RTA in CSR, I think in theory it would take more skill. But because no one's really like labbed it out or like really looked at it enough, based on our limited knowledge and based on our limited size pool, or our limited pool of like CSR runs, it doesn't seem like IGTs are as much of a skill check in CSR. Like, the skill ceiling for being able to predict what the IGTs are and which IGT window you're going to be going for, it doesn't seem like that it's really as much of a thing on CSR. Yes. So, it's still clever the way they've done it. If you play the game casually, I mean, you hadn't noticed, for example. Not to... I don't mean this as a personal attack, I just mean, like... You were playing it casually and you couldn't tell that there's, like, anything that, like, predicts it. So it's still clever the way the game's done it, but... For the world map, the encounters you get... And this is based on, like, specific movements as well, especially in certain parts of the world map. But just in layman's terms, like, the time you leave and how fast the load is when you leave, and some of the movements you do right after entering onto the world map, it changes what encounters you're going to get, and whether they're going to be preemptives, whether they're going to be back attacks. There are some manips, for example, like the manip I did this run. It's a good example. You probably noticed I did Barret skip, and then I healed my party, and then I waited for a specific IGT. And then when I left, you probably noticed I did like 2 4 left. Yeah, I did 4 left inputs, and then I did 4 down inputs. You probably noticed me do that. You know how when I was like, oh, I think I might have done too many left inputs. And I didn't, because I got the preemptives. The IDT shear I was looking at said 25 IDT, or 25 second IDT, preemptive. And I know that I actually landed the minute because I got the preemptive. I was worried that I'd done too many left inputs, but I got a preemptive there, and we ran a good distance before we got that encounter. So I know for a fact that that minute was successful. I know for a fact it was successful, just based on that. But yeah, a lot of the manips, I say a lot. A significant chunk of the IDT manips you use don't have any movements exiting the world map, so you just exit the IDT. That felt incorrect. Whatever. I'm not going to check. This one's going to shit anyway. But yeah, a significant chunk of the IDTs, like, you aim for the IDT and you leave, and you don't have to do any movement on the world map. And there are some that have no movement, specific movements you have to do when you first go onto the world map, but they require you to do specific menus. If you're going for a 0 encounter minute from leaving Midgar to the ranch, you have to do the menus after a specific amount of movement, which we use arm swings as a visual cue. We count arm swings to be able to tell where we need to do the menu. But because I only do a 1 encounter minute from leaving Midgar to the ranch, you don't have to do the menus in specific spots. You have to be moving while we're doing the menus, but you just go into the world map, close the text box, and you hold right, and there's a certain amount of menus you have to do. Like, say it'll be like, I don't know, 3146. I don't think that's an actual IDT that works, but let's say for argument's sake, 3146, and it tells you to do 3 menus. You get into the world map. Hang on, I need to make sure I get enough here. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Okay, we have enough. So anyway, as I was saying... Wait, what was I saying? Yeah, so you'll leave at 131.46. I don't think that's a real IDT on the manip sheet, but let's just pretend that it is, just for a moment. And it says 3 menus, and it's a 1 encounter minute, which is the minute. Those are the minutes that I go for. By the way, the 0 encounter minutes, they're like 20 seconds faster, but I haven't learned them yet. If it says like 3 menu, you get into the world map, you will close the text box, don't do any movement. Like, don't do any movement while you're closing the text box. I'm not sure if that matters, but let's just say, as you're closing the text box, don't buffer any movement. Just close the text box, right? And if it says 3 menus on that IDT, you'll hold right, and then do 3 menu buffers as you're holding right. There are a lot of like manips where it doesn't tell you to do any left or down inputs, but it will instead tell you to do menus. And what you can do if you're trying to hit an earlier IDT. If you're aiming for a menu IGT, what you can do is, like, you can leave onto the world map after Barret skip without healing your party, and then you can actually heal your party in one of those menus, if that makes sense, to like min-max it a bit. like, if you know the earlier IDTs, like, say you're looking at a specific IDT, for example, say, I don't know, so the IDT is probably going to be 35 seconds after your RTA split mobile. So let's say your mobile RTA split is a 131 flat. That means you'll probably be aiming for like a 131, 35 IDT. But if you notice there's like a menu IDT, like a couple of seconds sooner than that, what you can do, if you get fast try barrel skip, you can do barrel skip, open the menu, and then just leave for the IDT. And if it's a menu manip, you can just heal your party in that menu, or in one of those menu buffers that you need to do. Yeah. So you can like min-max it a bit, or hit or potentially hit an earlier IDT if you notice that it's a menu IDT and you need to heal your party anyway. Which 9 times out of 10 after the mobile fight, you're probably gonna be healing your party anyway. You can do that to min-max a bit. Save a couple of seconds. Potentially push yourself onto a better RNG seed, but I mean, you're talking Tash shit at that point. Even like the best of the best of the best, like FF7 players, they will probably bonk at least one place in their run. It'll probably be a very minor bonk that only loses like a tenth of a second even. Like, it'll probably just be like a really quick bonk. But like, yeah, even the best FF7 players, they won't mash perfectly, and they will probably have like one very, very, very insignificant bonk in their run. So you can think of it as, oh well, if I hit an IGT manip that's more soon, then maybe I might push myself onto a better RNG seed, but realistically, like, you can never know what RNG seed you're on. You can never know if you push yourself onto, like, better RNG calls or whatever. There's no way of knowing. Like, unless you move like a TAS, and play like a TAS, and menu like a TAS. I mean, I think RNG move, like, I think in the menu, the RNG, not in the battle menu, but in, like, your, like, equipment menu, I think RNG, like, stays, like, while you're in the menu, I'm pretty sure IDT, oh no, I'm pretty sure the RNG seed pauses. But, like, even if you play perfectly, move perfectly, mash perfectly, even if you do all that, I'm gonna do this, even though it's not gonna make a difference. Even if you do all that, in theory, you could push yourself onto a worse RNG seed. There's no way of knowing, so it's not even really worth thinking about that, to be honest. But in theory, you could push yourself onto a better RNG seed by hitting an earlier RGT, but that's not the reason people do it. Because realistically, like, you're gonna have some, like, human error, as insignificant as it is somewhere. And so that would push you off the RNG seed of perfect gameplay anyway. So it's mostly just doing it just to save like a couple of seconds, 5 seconds, sometimes even like 17 seconds. And yeah, we've got preemptive Genova buff. And we had a limit going into the fight, so now we already have cross slash. We will already have cross slash there in the fight. We're going to be getting more limits as well, but we're guaranteed cross slash in this fight now. See what I mean? Because we had all these encounters in the elevator, Cloud's now level 12 and his limit hasn't filled. If he was level 11, then it would have filled. That's the biggest problem with continuing a run after messing up elevator minute. I mean, the other elephant in the room is that you might not have enough grenades for Chocobo if you play in a run out and get to the end of Midgard and you have like 0 grenades. You won't be able to catch the Chocobo for calm skip, so there's that too. This might have been a misplay. I think it's a misplay. Heal. We've misplayed anyway, so I'll just play it safe. So yeah, I've made it look really easy to catch the Chocobo, but that's because I'm following a specific route with specifically generated like IDTs. You know, like In a casual playthrough, you're not going to be playing like that, especially if you're on Switch. I think someone at some point did generate HD console IGTs for runs, but people typically don't run HD console anywhere near as much as they run on PSX, so the availability of IGTs that you can use for the Switch version are going to be like a lot harder to come across, essentially. So in a casual playthrough, you're not going to be able to play as efficiently as that, especially if you're on HD console, because the IDTs that you would have to use are nowhere near as available as the PSX IDTs. I mean, I think the IDT still moves up, it still ticks up at the same speed, right? I don't know why I did that. Oh no, I did. Okay, you're supposed to do that, it's faster. It's noticeably faster. Okay. Yeah, I don't think it's like on emulator where if you play with fast forward, your IDT like ticks up really fast. I'm pretty sure the IDT still ticks up the same way it normally would on HD/PC. It still ticks up the same way even with those like. I don't think it does. I'm pretty sure it doesn't. I know on FF9 it doesn't, and I know on FF8 2013 it doesn't either. I'm pretty sure on FF7 it doesn't either. It's not like emulator where if you play a fast forward and the IDT goes like up really fast. It still ticks up the same it still ticks up the way it normally would. I'm pretty sure. I'm gonna turn the red light filter off on my PC monitor because I'm playing on CRT anyway. Since I'm playing on CRT, then I'm gonna be exposed to blue light anyway, so I may as well just turn the red light filter off. Sorry, the blue light filter off on my PC. Because I'm looking at my CRT anyway, so it's not really going to help much. I used to use gunners for gaming on CRT, but honestly, I've looked back at some of my old PB VODs, like when I'm wearing them. I look so fucking gross. Like, I hate how I look. I look so fucking creepy. Looking back at my old PB VOD where I'm wearing gunners, which gunners are like blue light filter glasses. I used to wear those when I was like playing games on my CRT, but. Oh man, I hate looking at myself when I'm wearing those. I look back at old VODs and I'm like, man, what a fucking creepy cringe world, like. The reason I'm playing on CRT is because I'm using input display, just to help offset the fact that I'm using the Retro Spy input display, because the latency, like, the input display technically adds a bit of latency, so playing on CRT helps offset it. You know, technically the actual latency is still there. If I'm playing on CRT, it offsets the fact. Or at least it feels the same as what it was on monitor without input display. Probably even better still. It just offsets the fact that I'm using input display by playing on CRT essentially. That's the main reason. It's the main use case for doing it nowadays. It's just, yeah. The main reason to run games with CRT nowadays is just to offset the fact that you're using input display. But even still, like, Pete Swanson uses input display and he still plays on mono. But yeah, I've just come back after a week, and I took my PS2 with me. I didn't end up using it, but I went away for like a week, and I took my PS2 with me. So I came back last night, and I want to make sure my PS2 isn't going to be chewing discs before I start using official discs again. I want to make sure of that. That's the reason I'm playing on backup discs today, instead of the old copy that you gave me, because yeah, I want to make sure my PS2 isn't going to chew the fuck out of like discs. It's probably gonna take a while before I can truly find out, because on Burns discs, like blank CDRs, I feel like it's a lot harder to notice scratches. Like, I could have a PS2 that's chewing discs, but I put a blank CDR in there and there's no like marks on it, just because like I think the material was a bit thicker. Turbo controller. If it was turbo like 3x speed, then my time would be fucking horrendous. It'd be a fucking shit time. I probably wouldn't even call it a speedrun at that point. I mean, I'd still say, compared to my old mashing speeds, I have like a 3-minute advantage with turbo. I think with how good my mashing's been getting lately, run 11, like a series of unfortunate events, I think turbo probably only saved me like a minute now. Because running that game has made my like mashing a lot better. So I think the 3-minute advantage I used to have running turbo, I think I now have like a 1-minute advantage instead, just because my mashing is a lot better now. But it's still a advantage over non-turbo, nonetheless. It's any percent. HD console any percent. That's the booster category for FF7. Now you could in theory play the Windows Store version on PC. And that has like the 3x speed and like the other boosters. You could in theory run that and submit it to the HD console boards, and it would technically be valid. I might have run the warps there. I think we're good. Yeah, we're good. Yeah, you could in theory just like get the Windows Store version and do a run on there of the boosters and submit it to the HD consoles, and it would technically be allowed, but people might throw up a stink about it because it's not technically a console, but there's not really a booster category for PC, so if you want to play on PC with boosters, the only way you can submit a booster percent run for FF7 is to the HD console board, so there might be a couple of people who would throw a stink about it, but like at the same time there is no other booster percent categories, so you know. It was originally just a console thing, but on Microsoft Store on Windows, the version of FF7 you get is the same version as Switch, it's the same version as PS4, the same version as Xbox. It is that version. So someone could like do a run on Microsoft Store version and submit it to HD consoles, and it would be the same version, so it would technically be valid. It's just some people might whinge about it, but there's not really like that's the only booster percent board that is for the official FF7 boards. So I mean, it's the only place they can go really. I didn't get the right arm, did I? Pretty sure I didn't get the right arm. All it takes is one person to decide to do that, and oh hell might break loose there. But I mean, I feel like it'd be like, I don't know. I'm not saying this to throw shade, but I feel like it'd be kind of like, I don't know, maybe like the mid-level players would get annoyed about it. I feel like a lot of like the I think when I was at my peak, when I was running this game and I was at my peak skill, I probably would say I'm mid-level. At my best, I was probably mid-level at this game. But like, I think it would probably be the people who are like mid-level who like complain about that. I feel like most of like the better players are just like, yeah, whatever, it's like a booster ball, who cares? Just let them use whatever, like, it's just a fun category, it's just a category for people to have fun with, like, you know. I don't think booster percent is a lesser way to run any of these games. It's not a lesser way to run them, but I think most people who, like, ran this game a lot and, like, compete in the more competitive categories, they're probably like, yeah, whatever, just let people use whatever platform they want to use for it, because it's just boosters, who cares, yada yada. Because turbo controllers for this game, 9 times out of 10, are horrendous. This controller in particular, this is terrible for this game. Awful. Terrible controller for this game. Most of the better turbo controllers for PlayStation are really, really bad for this game. They're so awkward to use. That's the main reason. Like, not only is it's an extra expense on top of the upscaler, on top of, like... Okay, like, most American runners, they already had a PS2 from their childhood, but let's ignore that for a moment. So, on top of the price you need to pay for your PS2, your copy of the game, and maybe some spare copies of the game in case your discs get scratched, price the upscaler, so, like, you're adding an extra cost on top of that. You're adding... I mean, it's easy for me to say this, you know, I have a fucking input display, I have my fucking OSSC Pro, I've fucking got all these turbo controllers, I've got like 20 spare PS Digital controllers, so it's a bit kind of ridiculous for me to like say all this, because it's like, you know, in terms of what I have access to for someone at my skill level in speedrunning, the sort of stuff I have. I'm a bit privileged, I'm very privileged on having all this fancy stuff, and I'm not even like a full-time streamer, and I'm not like partnered or anything, but I still just have all these like fancy gadgets to enhance the speedrunning experience. I'm not using that controller. So as well as paying for your console and your discs and your spare discs and your upscaler and your monitor potentially, or going on Craigslist and getting a PVM, yada yada, it's also an extra expense to spend on the turbo controller. But, you know, despite all that, it's still, like, in FF9, turbo and non-turbo is still merged. But I'm not going to get into that. But I'm just saying that because it's an expense in FF9 as well as this game. But on top of that, in FF7, not only is it an expense, the controllers are also really, really fucking bad. As you know, this game has a step count, and FF9 does not. So, using a D-pad that looks like this, in very precise screens where you have to do very precise L1, R1, up left, up right kind of inputs, and you gotta walk the correct amount of steps, otherwise you'll waste too much movement and get an extra encounter and potentially a pincer encounter, which you might die to later on if you're not on steps. You are doing it all with this D-pad. They are just, like, 99 times out of 100, even the better turbo controllers on PSX are horrendous for this game. They are really bad. That's the main reason. I think also people just like feeling like they're actually playing the game. Like, I remember when I used to run non-turbo for this game, I did feel like I was actually playing the game more. Like, a lot of the time running turbo, I feel like I'm just a spectator to run. It feels like I'm not even running it. Like, it feels like I'm not even on playing. I'm just kind of like spectating someone else playing. So it is the aspect that people want to feel like they're actually playing it, because when they're actually doing the mashing, it feels like they're actually more invested in the game, and... what's the word? Immersed. Okay, immersed, that's the word I'm looking for. If they're the ones who are actually doing the mashing, they feel more immersed in their on, they feel more immersed in the game, they care more about the game, like, they're having more fun because they feel like they're actually more immersed in the run and the gameplay that's actually happening in the run. yeah, immersed. They actually feel more immersed. But I think the main reason is just turbo controllers for this game are just horrendous. It's really, really bad. What I use for turbo, trying to do this without bending my splitter. I use a Brook Wingman converter, and I'm using an 8-bit Do Pro 2 controller. For my PB, I use the DualShock 4, but I'm using an 8-bit Do Pro 2 at the moment. I use a Wingman converter and then I Bluetooth this 8-bit Do Pro 2 to it. And as you can see, the D-pad's conjoined, but like, you can probably tell that this D-pad's a lot more reliable. Like, you can switch between diagonals and cardinals and you won't really mess yourself up. Yeah, it's a PlayStation layout controller. It's probably my favourite PlayStation layout controller. I think Nico used this for FF9 when he got his 837 as well on PSX Digital. I don't know why I said PSX Digital. For FF9, the rules they use for digital and the loads of PS2 are roughly the same, but yeah. This feels great. Oh, also, because I'm using a Wingman converter, I just have turbo bound to L2, which makes soft resetting harder because I have to switch controller and switch to my other, like, Kiwami to soft reset because I can't use the L2 button because it's bound to circle and it's also bound to turbo. So if I want a soft reset, it's a bit awkward, but because I'm using a controller splitter, I can just flick to the Kiwami and just sort of soft reset on that. Like, say I mess up Cosmic Canyon Skip, for example. But yeah, you can use L2. If you want to use the turbo, you just hold L2. They are pricey, but oh, natively this is also a Switch controller. Like, natively this is a Switch controller. The first option, like the leftmost option on the back of the controller, is Switch mode. The controller is actually designed for Switch, but also works on PC and with the Brook adapter. So it is mainly a Switch controller as well. I haven't played any Switch games with it, but I can imagine it would be pretty enjoyable to do. Yeah. So yeah, this turbo solution is really good. Not only do you have turbo bound to L2, it also means you can switch between having to turbo and manual mash, because if I want to switch from using turbo to just mash and circle, I can just release L2 and just mash circle here. Just, you know. I can switch between turbo and non-turbo just by moving my hand slightly. Just by moving my fingers. I can just release L2 and then start mashing the circle button. Can't really do that on the Kiwami and most of the other turbo controllers. So I have been thinking about doing a Switch run of this game, but as much as this is a Switch controller, the thing that gives this turbo actually, no, you know what I'm saying. I think Final Descent Minute was the reason I don't want to do runs on Switch. Because the in-game time you need to look for Final Descent Minute to get 0 encounters going down North Crater. On Switch, because the loads are so fast, you're looking for a different in-game time, and I don't know what the in-game times will be, so that's the main reason I don't want to do runs on Switch. But I could imagine it being like a lot of fun to use just for Switch games in general. Just for Switch gaming. Okay, at the moment there's a diff of about 25 seconds. Yeah, there's like a 26-second diff between my RTA and my IGT. Yeah. I'll walk an extra step, just to be safe. Yay, there goes my turbo ether. Awesome. Bullshit. That means I'm gonna have to talk to the guy in the black robe before Materia Keeper. Which is fine. This isn't really a PB kind of run anyway. We're already gonna be like a minute and a half behind. So we're not really playing for a PB anymore. Oh, god damn it. I risk it. We already have cross slash, so I don't mind doing that. We didn't get right arms, so yeah, we're gonna be like 2.5 minutes behind. So we're basically not playing for our PB anymore, so I'm just gonna play it safe and grab that elixir later, provided we get past CC skip. But on emulator, because everyone has access to turbo, pretty much everyone just runs turbo, because there's no having an unfair advantage over someone else, because on Dock Station you have turbo natively. Everyone has access to it, and also in PC, like, you can just... It's possible to just bind, like, confirm to your scroll wheel. So, like, it's possible to tell the difference between turbo and scroll wheel, but, like, you have to be, like... You have to, like, pay a lot of attention to be able to tell. So, like, everyone has access to turbo, and also just... yeah, you can also just bind confirm to scroll wheel, and that would be almost the same as turbo. If it turns out I have a right arm in my inventory, I'm going to be pretty mad. There's a right arm there. I wasn't paying attention when I was going for the steals. Oh, nice counter. Yeah, so on emulator, everyone nowadays has access to turbo, and you know, it's because it's possible to just bind confirm to scroll wheel. That would be almost the same as turbo. So you know, everyone just runs turbo and plays emulator because everyone has access to it. So there's no harm, essentially. And you can use turbo in combination with pretty much any controller you want. I mean, I'm using the controller I like because I have a brick adapter, but natively on PS2 you can't use any controller you like. You have to get an adapter like I have. But on emulator, you don't need to buy an extra adapter to do that. You can just like use the controller you want to use and just have turbo at the same time. You get to have your cake and eat it too. Yeah, I know that expression's really dumb, but at the moment I can't think of a better expression that's, you know, applicable to that. I'm sure there's a better way of saying, oh, you get to have your cake and eat it too. I'm sure there's like a less stupid way to say that, but I can't think of it right now. You can use whichever controller you like with turbo, and you don't need to buy an adapter on top. Yeah, but I'm carried by Brook adapter, so... I am carried. Like, I do have the option to switch between holding L2 and being able to mash for stuff where turbo doesn't or isn't as effective whenever I please, so I am kind of carried by that. I have a sub 640. The slowest sub 640 on the PSX boards, but it's a sub 640. I had a 637 pace, but there's a boss later on in the game. I was 5 hours into the run, and it has like a there's like a 1 in 12 chance of it just like killing your party, and it's just game over, and that happened on my 657 pace. I'm not gonna explain what the fight is because you're playing through the game at the moment, but yeah, you enter that boss, and it doesn't matter how well you play it, there's just a 1 in 12 chance that it just outright kills you, and that happened. So I should have had a better run than that, but even still, like, Feck is really, 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 really fucking good. He is insane at the game, but, you know, I'm slightly heartbroken by the fact that I don't have a 637 like I feel like I should, but the other day, Feck got a 654 non-turbo. And he started running this game, like, probably like a year after I did, so... I know I shouldn't compare myself to others, but... You know, I'm just trying to be objective. Really? I get give a fuck Sid on this fucking pace. That's so fucking annoying. Yeah, I'll stand around and be a fucking dickhead every other run, but when you're 4 minutes down, yeah, sure, I'll turn around straight away. Fuck you, Sid. I mean, I appreciate that you're doing it now, but I wish you'd do it on runs that actually matter. Alright. Now I get to decide whether I'm going to go for Bronco to Coral Minute or not. I'm pretty sure I am. But I'm going to check. I might be able to pull ahead of my latest run by not going for it. Like, if I go for it and I don't get it, it loses a significant amount of time. If I just don't go for the Manip, I might still be able to pull ahead of latest run here. Just going to sit here for a couple minutes and decide whether I want to forego doing it or not. Check if MC's still live there. Yeah, still live. Nice. He's still going. So the difference between my best segment and my latest run segment for Palmer, best seg is 10:23, latest is 10:51. That's a 28-second difference. But we're not gonna save that time because we had very bad menus. Even if we get a good Palmer here, we're still gonna lose time to latest. So that's already like 28 seconds added to the best possible time, so that's 6:38 low best possible. Ignite isn't accurate, but my latest Red Dragon is a 31:33, and my average is a 31:00. So on average, I will save 33 seconds. The difference between my latest Red Dragon segment and my average segment is, see, latest 31:33, average 33 seconds. So with average luck, we can go from a plus 138 to a plus 108. No, what? Because on an average segment for me is faster than a segment where I go for the Manip and I fail it. But even if I don't do the Manip, just for safety, we're still going to be like over a minute behind. So I think I should still go for it here. I should still go for Bronco to Coral Minute. I'm going to be using the windowed projector though, instead of looking at my CRT, just because the visual cues aren't as... Like, the visual cues are a lot harder on CRT compared to playing off of OBS, I've found. My movement will be slow as a result, but it means I won't bump into anything unnecessarily. But yeah, we're going to go for the Minute, but there's no point in not. If I don't go for the Manip, on average, I'm still going to be just over a minute behind, so there's no point on pushing out of it. I may as well still go for it. I think I swapped to active. Yeah, I'm pretty damn sure I switched to A to be active here. I mean, it's too late anyway, but... that's the only encounter we get, then we could still break even with latest. But if we get a second encounter here, then it's pretty much fucked. Okay, it's still pretty bad. We're still losing a lot of time here, but... Normally I feel good if I enter the battle square with the segment timer at like 4 minutes. Usually I feel good about that. But this is already going to be like 5 minutes. So this is already like a minute slower than the enter battle squares I hope for. Instead of like 3:56, it's like a 4:56. Yeah, that's like a minute worse than what I ideally get there. Compared to the segment I hope to get entering Battle Square, which is like a 3:56 to like a 4:04, that was like a 4:56. Yeah, that's really bad. So let's add a minute to my best segment, so that's 29:32. My latest run gets a 31:33. Still possible to pull ahead of my latest run here. Still possible. It's most likely not going to happen though. I am going to switch to my latest splits though. Come on. But yeah, it's fucked. Run's fucked. I'm still on steps, but like, I don't think there's any way to even get close to my PB now. And that's if my menus were, you know, even if I was on top of my menus, it would still be like almost impossible to get close to my PB. But yeah, we're super far behind, and my menus are going to be slow, so this is bad. This is really bad. But I am still going to compare to my latest finish run. Just to see how close we can get. See splits. Turn off column labels. Compare it against latest. Alright. We can still save time over my latest Red Dragon segment here, but it's going to be hard. Realistically, we're going to be losing time to this split still. You lose so much time if you go for the Bronco Decor Minute and you miss it. Even if you only get one encounter, evidently you still lose a fuckload of time. That being said, I think in my latest finished run, I messed up the Bronco Decor Minute and I got 2 encounters on the way to Coral. This time we only got 1, so we still saved a little bit of time just based on that. But I think we're still going to be behind my latest finished run. I'll probably play until we're off steps, and then if we have time, pivot to CSR. If we don't, then I'll play something else. I think I should try and play for as long as my steps are intact. we are even more behind than we were in my latest finished run. Even more behind. I think we were like +4 or like +430. The last time I finished the run and got to this point, we were like +5. I can skip some steps because we're off forms anyway, but we're still going to be behind on steps. I think I may as well just play up till the end of Temple just for practice, but I'm probably not going to continue after it. Like, not only are we off steps, we're also behind on formations now as well, so I don't think there's really any point in continuing. There's nothing to gain from playing this one out. I think I'll play to the end of Temple just for practice, but it's kind of a fool's errand to play past that point, I think. Because you're just practicing a different run at that point, which is not even playing on the same correct step route. You're not even practicing the same run. I mean, I can like derust menus a bit, but like it'd be a lot more efficient just to just derust the menus from save states. Like derusting menus with runs is like really inefficient. And that would be the only reason to play out a run like this, which it would just be to like make my menus less rusty, but I'd be better off just doing that in emulator. I think once we skip these 5.5, we'll be back on steps though, but we're definitely going to be off forms. Yeah, like, we're back on the correct step ID now. Like, in fact, we're ahead of the correct step ID, but we are off formations by 2. So the only way playing this run out past Temple is going to be worth it is if I pop in the CSR disc, essentially. Because we're still going to be like 2 minutes behind even like my latest run splits. That's not like my PB. I'm probably like after that extra encounter from having to skip the steps. Like we're probably like 5.5 minutes behind my PB at that point, and we're going to get some nasty formations later in Guy's Cliff. So we're probably more like 6 to 6.5 minutes behind my actual PB, and we're probably still going to be behind my latest finished run. So I think the only justification for playing the run out past Temple will be if I just swap in the CSR disc. But I think at that point I'd rather just do a CSR attempt, honestly. Try and find my vape during this turbo break. I'm stressed out right now, super stressed. Okay, Cloud's max HP is 603, and Red Dragon can easily bite for like 608 even without a crit. I think it can even go above 610, like his bite roll on Cloud. Even if Red Dragon doesn't crit, he can just bite Cloud for like 610 or like 608. Like with his max HP being 603, this is pretty scary. Not that it matters because the is like fucked anyway. But I could easily just get Mercy killed here, essentially is what I'm saying. Like, I might just not be able to continue, and there's nothing I can do about it, because we've got bad HP stats. We've got bad HP growth from Cloud. He might just die anyway, and there's nothing we can do about it. It's out of our control. That's only if he opens up with Bite, and it's only if it's a high roller. But I mean, he can still crit even without a high roll. But I mean, in that scenario, you would be fucked regardless of your HP, like, stat growth. But excluding crits, like, yeah, if he opens Bite on Cloud and it's like over 603, if it's like 604 or more, then like, that's pretty fucking bad. We could just like game over here. Definitely very possible. Yeah, look how bad this is. The debt was already ticking down, and we haven't even ended the fight yet. That's how fucked this is. We're in a really bad position. And we're in a worse step count position than we are in our last finish run as well. Marcy, kill please. Please, just kill me. Just kill it, please. Oh. We got lucky. There's a 592. Yeah, I need to remember that Cloud's death blow is to the right, not below. Are you listening to yourself? You stupid prick. You actual fucking dumbass. What are you doing? I even said it out loud. What are you doing? Whatever, we didn't get punished. It's just funny that I even said it out loud. I'm just not even listening to myself. Even after saying it out loud. It's like, oh, you say it and it leaves your brain. Like, Yeah, you'd think me saying it would mean that I'd be more likely to remember, but no, instead it just leaves my brain. Like... Actual Pepega. Don't know why I'm doing it now, there's no point. In fact, we have one less death blow because I did that. Idiot. It's gonna miss. You fucking dumbass. What are you doing? Oh. The fight would have been over by now if I didn't fuck that up. I'm not using my dice because I don't want this run to live. Oh, and this would be guard now as well. I'm not going to use Neither, I'm just going to hope for the best. On IGT? What do you mean? Technically that's correct, but not really. It's just based on frame RNG. So, in turn, that means that it does depend on IGT, technically. But, I mean, that's not how it works. It's not like, oh, if it happens on a specific IGT, like, if it happens on this second, it'll hit, and if it happens on the next second, it won't hit. It's not like that. It's just, like, frame RNG. Sorry if I, you know, explained it incorrectly. I'm probably rambling about stuff, and that makes me sound like I'm talking about something else. No, it's not to do with the IGT. So if Red Dragon's petrified, the death blow always lands. But because I messed up the weight trick in there, because I was being antsy about throwing that high ball, instead of getting 3 death blow attempts per petrify, I only got 2 death blows in. But I decided to put the 3rd death blow through anyway, and it missed because it wasn't petrified. If he's not petrified, it can still land, but it's very unlikely that the death blow will land if he's not petrified. Yeah, so basically, if he's petrified and you weight trick correctly, you will get 3 death blow attempts, plus a potential attack in. But because I was antsy about throwing that high port, we only got 2 death blows in, and it actually led to Cloud dying. Because I didn't weight trick it correctly. But despite that, I still decided to put the 3rd death blow through just to see if it would still land, and it didn't. If I weight tricked correctly there, Cloud wouldn't have died. The fight would have been over before Cloud was targeted there. Yeah. I don't know enough to say for sure if that's the case for every fight. But as far as I can tell, well, definitely, at the very least, every fight that is in this category, if they're petrified, death blow will always land. I think that's just the case in general for like any fight. But just to be safe, because I've never ran Hondo, I've never ran old bosses and all that. Just to be safe and just to make sure that I'm not like talking a lot of bullshit. Let's just say, at the very least, in the no slots category, with all the skips we do and all the fights that we fight, anything that you can petrify, if you death blow, the death blow will land. Essentially. But you can't petrify every fight. But at the very least, in this category, anything that you can petrify, if you go for a death blow, the death blow will land so long as they're still petrified. I'm gonna throw a high ball here, just cause I think it could mess us up if Cloud gets extra attacks in here. 9.5. I want to go for the swag strat, just because this run's kind of shit anyway. There's nothing to risk here, like, if the run dies, then whatever, but if it pays off, then good. I'm not precious about this run or anything, if that wasn't obvious. I'm not all precious about this run, so I'm just gonna fucking go for this. Dice strat. And that's like 13 so far. So that's like 13, that's like 14. I think I've miscounted. If I put this molly through and he doesn't die, we're fucked unless it misses. Yellow. Okay. Kate Sith got some good creep score in there. Okay, so I was counting correctly. Good to know. But yeah, this run is now on my bottom half of my attempts that got past Demon's Gate. 26th or 48. That's probably more like 28th or 50, really. If I include runs that aren't in the splits file, it's like this pace is like 28th out of 50 runs that have gone past Demon's Gate. And on top of that, we are behind formations by 2 formations, so we're gonna get a pincer in Gaia's Cliff, like definitely. We're probably also gonna get a Gargus, which can just quake us to death. Yeah, I think the only justification to play this run out is if we pop in the CSR disc, really, if I'm completely honest. Because we're not even practicing the same run anymore at that point, if we're off steps and we're behind formations. I mean, we're practicing a backup, but in PB attempts, you're not playing to have to do the backup, you're playing to actually be on steps like the whole way with formations intact. We can play to derust menus, but derusting menus and runs is so much slower than just doing it with save states. It's super inefficient. Like, just playing a run out just to practice menus isn't worth it. You're better off just, like, using your funny save states. Yeah, like, save state practice doesn't always transfer, but when it comes to menus and Final Fantasy, especially the PSX games where the menu is literally just up and down and left and right, like, you'll get, like, you will improve at menus like 100 times as fast if you just use save states rather than just like playing a run out to practice menus, if that makes sense. It's super inefficient to play out runs just to practice menus. You're much better off just doing it on emulator. But even with that being said, it's like we're just wasting time, just wasting 4 hours, like wasting 3.5 hours for no reason essentially. So we're behind formations. Yeah, exactly. Like, there are some tricks in, like, some 3D platformers where you can practice it on save states till the cows come home, but, like, unless you experience what it actually feels like to have to anticipate the skip and doing it in an actual run, you know, there's still a justification to play out runs, just practice those skips, just so you get comfortable with doing it, like, while you're in a tank. But if it's literally just menus, especially just, like, you know, the 2D menus that are in the PSX Final Fantasy games, like, it literally is just muscle memory. There's no, like, pressure, there's no, like, anticipation. It's just, you open the menu and you do it. So, playing out runs just to practice those isn't worth it. Let's see how Monograph's doing there. Can't even be ahead of averages. You're better off just resetting this run than wasting time cleaning it for menu practice, but run a CSR will make it more manageable. Yeah. But I agree. I think if I'm going to pop in this CSR, especially the fact that I'm like behind steps anyway, if I'm off steps, if I'm going to play CSR, I may as well just start from the beginning. Just do an attempt on CSR from the reactor. It's kind of pointless just popping in the CSR when I could just like start from scratch and correct the mistakes I've made this run. No, I was thinking that, well, if I play the run out, that means I can get to the reunion scene after Schizo, because that's like my favourite track in the game. But if I'm popping in the CSR disc, you don't even get to listen to the track there anyway. So that's not an excuse to play out the run, just to hear that track, because if I'm popping in the CSR disc, it's just going to skip that track. It's just going to skip the whole cutscene, so... Man, I love Spitfire. Don't get me wrong. Spitfire as a speedrunner, he's an awesome runner. But he just said in MC's chat, if the Braver crits on apps, he'll give 20. I'll just figure, like, yeah, just like, if the game rolls, like, the game rolls the dice for you, you don't roll the dice. Like, if the game rolls the dice for you and gives you a crit, you get 20 subs. It's just like, I know, part of me is just like, yeah, I know. I think I'd probably be annoyed by that. It's just like, yeah, like, that's in my control. Like, I don't know. I don't know. I love Spitfire though. I don't know, personally, I'd be a bit like, I'd act like a fucking, probably wouldn't say it, but internally I'd act like a baby. I'd just be like, yeah, yep, in my control, totally. Oh, but you gifted 5 anyway, never mind. Ignore what I said, ignore what I said. I'm a con. I'm an asshole now. I am now the asshole. Am I the asshole now? Absolutely I am. He just gifted 5 anyway. I'll play to the end of this one, I think. Yeah, I'm gonna get to the end of this one, and then I'm gonna switch to CSR. I promise, if the CSR dies, I'm not gonna do segment practice. I'm not just gonna like load up a save and then play from a certain part and practice that. Like, for the people that want to watch me play something else, I promise, if I switch to CSR and it dies, I'm not gonna load up some segment splits and just practice that. I'm just gonna play something else. So, you know, you can still watch me boot up the CSR, and if shit hits the fan of CSR, I can play something else. Don't worry about that. I'm not gonna just open up some random segments and just play from loading up a save. I'll just play something else at that point. Enjoy the vibes regardless of what I play. Thanks, man. Appreciate that. Just remember last time, like this time last year, I was just adamant that, like, no, I'm just not going to play anything else. Even if the run dies, even if the CSR run dies, I'm just going to load up a save and play from a certain point and just play, just super forward, just like, no, I just want to play the game, nothing else. But I'm not really in the mood to do segment practice anyway. I'm too rusty for doing segment. Like, doing segment practice wouldn't really be that effective anyway because I'm still de-rusting. So. Still de-rusting, so there's not really much point in doing segment practice. I think until I finish a run and it's close to my PB time, I'm probably not going to do any segment practice. Probably just drill menus offline, or something like that. Because I'm not really in the mood to do segment practice anyway. I'm too rusty for it to really go in and be efficient. And like, really like... didn't need to do that, but whatever. Like... if I'm playing to my best, it's worth doing segment practice just to, like, correct, like, minor errors here and there. But if I'm still, like, de-rusting, like, there's not really much point in doing it. For me, the purpose of doing segment practice is just to really fine-tune, like, very minor stuff. Like, when I'm already, like, in a PB grind. But I'm super rusty at the moment, so it's not really gonna be that effective. Like, this time last year, I was, like, backing my runs up with, like, Nights into Dreams attempts. But then, like, I started to hit a wall, and my summer best, like, stopped going down in that game. And I just wasn't really willing to, like, practice more. I practiced one specific boss for Nights into Dreams, but the rest of it, I was just kind of, like, winging it. But, like, I kind of hit a wall where, like, my summer best was only, like, 20 seconds faster than my PB, so I just stopped backing 7 attempts up with Nights into Dreams. I was just going straight into segment practice. I think some people might have gotten bored of that aspect, but, you know, I do appreciate that though. I'll probably start doing segment practice once I start getting times close to my PB again, just to, like, fine-tune stuff, but I think for now, if I switch to CSR and the CSR run dies, then I can just play something else. It's not too big of a deal. I'm not really grinding for a PB in this at the moment. I'm not switched on enough to the game. Yeah, there's a minute and 5 seconds of possible time save compared to my latest run here. And we're a minute and 7 seconds behind. And that's one of the biggest time saves I have compared to my latest run splits, so... Can't even be ahead after that, which there's no way we're even going to get close to my best segment because the menus are going to be slow, and I'll probably mess up the, yeah, I'll probably mess up the manip for the icicle intraversal anyway. Yeah. Swap the disc just to make sure the disc swap screens weren't going to take too long, and just so you can hear this music, I guess, but... Yeah, 345, that's not too bad for a D-Rust and a disc one time. Sorry, that's not too bad for a Genova Life defeated split, like for a D-Rust. 345, that's pretty decent for a D-Rust, you know. It's not crazy, but it's not too bad for a D-Rust, like a 345 Genova Life kill. But we are also behind formations by 2 forms as well, so, yeah. Still good though, still happy with a 345 coming back to the game. 345 Genova Life kill, which is basically the end of this one. Minus like 3 minutes or something. So that's basically like a 348 end of this one, which isn't too bad for a D-Rust. But yeah, that's that. Oh, I've got to reset my life split one as well. In case I need to retime stuff again. Rename this to Gasket is a raid boss. CSI. Nah, that's too cringe. I changed it to can't do guard skip CSR lol. That's better. I've got a hard reset to set the variables back to 0 and 1 anyway. But you have to hard reset if you want to do the step count from the beginning anyway. I was just doing that to make sure it was the correct disc, but yeah, we're good. I'll go to the bathroom. Go to the bathroom. Alright, I'll give this like an hour. I think. Yeah, I'll do CSR for like an hour, I think. See if I can get anything going. We got a potion drop. We're gonna remember that. Potion, put it in chat. 420 HP, 420 HP he has. Not anymore after this bolt, but before that bolt, before this bolt, he had 420 HP. I think that was 92. Oh, okay. Okay, I shouldn't have put that attack through, but maybe it'll work out. Barrett's attacks have been pretty low though, so a limit probably won't kill after this bolt. 111. Needs to roll. 111. Come on. Come on. I think I'll reset if this doesn't roll high enough. Okay, exactly. Let's go. Killed him just exactly, just about. Run's still garbage, but we're plus 6.9, so... The fact that we're plus 6.9 fills me with determination. I'm gonna waste moving here on purpose, because we got a 40 next encounter at a certain spot anyway. Just burn some of it, so we have to force for as well. We have 17 seconds of possible time save on this split, but that's only if we get a good escape here, which the ATBs are really bad, so we probably won't. Yeah, no. Even if we get a really good Jesse and guard skip, we're still going to be behind here, pretty much. I think I'm not going to do the fraction neutral reset in the elevator. Go over it and hope that we get the correct fractions for apps. If you don't do the fraction neutral reset, you can get screwed on fractions and not get preemptive apps. I'm gonna take the risk though, just because this one's already garbage. And it's CSR, so we don't have to wait for as long to find out if we're still gonna get preemptive apps or not. It's not, you know. We get to find like 12 minutes later as opposed to like 20. $847. That's garbage, even without doing the fraction neutral reset. Even with me skipping that, that's still really bad. We've got a potion drop, so we don't need to grab the potion here at least. If I don't get Jesse skip, definitely reset though. Like, no doubt. Keep forgetting I have that blazed emote. Shoutouts to Waves for running FF5 and making me come across that wonderful sprite. Awesome Waves, the legend. I mean, I'd played FF5 prior to Waves grinding it. But my sense of humour when I first played the PS1 version back in like 2013 or something wasn't that great. I didn't have as much of a sense of humour about things back then, so I didn't pay attention to the sprite. Or I was just full brained out of my mind, I just didn't even notice it. But yeah, my FF5 playthrough was on the PS1 version. Anthology, I believe. Kind of cut a neat there, but it should still work. Yeah, okay, it worked. Well, that's new. What the fuck? Didn't even know there was a soft lock there. Hell. Okay, it's not a soft lock. What? I don't know. I don't know what happened there. Oh, I accidentally switched to analog modes, and because this is an early 1997 PS Digital controller game. Yeah, I accidentally pressed the button that switches to analog. Okay, that's what happened. It's not a soft lock. I just accidentally pressed the button that switches to analog. Lol, it's fine. I didn't know Barrett had a text box there if you take a while. You, C, get off your slow-moving ass. I didn't realise there was a text box here if you loiter around after Barrett talks to you. Wow. Well, at least we learned something new today. Or at least I did. I didn't know there was a text box there if you take too long. I actually didn't know that. Yeah, whatever. We probably weren't getting preemptive apps anyway. Yeah, it's one of those games where it doesn't work on analog mode. It has to be on D-pad only mode. Or however you call it. Maybe we can get a better guard scorpion this time. Never done that before, but it doesn't really matter. We already got a Braver, a Guard Scorpion, so since we have an extra Braver compared to what I normally have, I'm not going to go into the menu for apps. I'm just going to take the risk and keep the materia on them. Since I'm not going into the menu to put a hyper on them to try and get more limits, I also don't want to have to. I also don't want to bother going into the menu just to remove materia either. So take the risk 10 seconds, and potentially save like 5. We have enough of a cushion to justify it. So. Oh man. Good thing I messed up. I got 21 earlier. You might not even get 20 here. I'm just gonna wait. It's mostly cosmetic, mostly. Like 9 times out of 10, getting a higher squat count is just cosmetic. But your opponent can start like randomly just do like really well, and you can just lose the run to it. Most of the time, it's just cosmetic though. If he ties your squats or has a higher number, then you have to fight the enemies in Don Corneo's mansion. Those dialogue options were slow, but it's still faster than getting it wrong. Never punished, always lucky. I lost time to best pace there. I'm not surprised though. I did take some stuff slow. didn't really make any mistakes, but like some of the execution, especially finishing the execution off was a bit slow. No actual mistakes though, but still enough to lose time to my best case segment now. Man. Oh well. Unfortunate. $241 on my segment. Not too bad. I mean, it is CSR. But normally I get about 250 or like 253 on my segment at that point. In vanilla. Oh, come on. I always feel like such a pleb. Okay, RNG minute. Let's just call it that. I kinda want Cloud to have a limit for this fight, so... I'm gonna buff grenades. I was thinking of starting the fight off a limit, but I don't think we're gonna go it anyway, so... Just buffer into it now though. Technically get more DPS off of it. I'm gonna do an attack since Cloud's an Piper. Okay, our Brave account is free.
It's not over yet.
Alright, who the Okay. If it was anyone else, I'd be super mad. But it's Aquilus, that's fine. Also Aquilus. That was all on me. That was my own mistake. We did get 2 jumps without an encounter though, so that's good. Shame about that floor 58 though, 1 floor away. This is right. Oh, I messed up. Oh, I did not mean to do that. Holy shit. Is that... That's in front of the feed as well? Fuck. It's fine. I can fix it. It's just a little stretched. It's still good. It's still good. That'll do. That should be fine. I'm not going to save the layout anyway, but... I don't know what I did wrong for that second minute. I don't know why it didn't work. I think maybe it was position 5 instead of position 4. I was aiming for position 4 and I did the 0 buffers accordingly, but I think I might have been on position 5. Might have been why it didn't work. I don't know. I think the Breedles was watching and be like, nah dude, you're definitely on position 5. That doesn't save any time, I took a risk there for no reason. Love for a bit, just going to the shop for food. Leave me on. Love. Oh, I managed to manipulate one floor jump, but then I messed up somehow. I think what I did is I thought I was on position 4, but I was actually on position 5. But I put that into the sheet and it didn't come up any results, so I don't know. I'm 90% sure that's the reason it, like, the minute failed in the end though. But I managed to manipulate one jump at least. I think if I did the correct amount of buffers for position 5, we would have had the full minute, but trusted myself a bit too much, I guess. Right, how are we doing on time? Double shady breath, let's go. Awesome. Hooray! Love that. Try and finish the fight off with the limit. Okay, never mind. We are running again. Like, my PB does have a very good sample split. We still saved 15 seconds over my average segments, that's how I know. I only had 6 seconds of possible time saved, so I knew it was like my PB has a really good. I can tell by that, just going by that my PB has a really good sample segment. But you know, despite being in the red now, we saved time compared to my average segment. So no, come on, really? Oh man. Yeah, we've dipped back into the red. I say back into the red. I'm pretty sure we were green that whole run up until that split. Let's see. Yeah, we were. So we've dipped into the red, but we still saved 15 seconds compared to my average segment there. So it was still a good split. It's just my PB sample is like insanely good. The sample split I got on my PB is just like insane. Still have 6 seconds to save there compared to my gold, but more often than not, we're going to be losing time there. Just because, despite that, it's still like a really good sample split. But I saved 15 seconds compared to my average segments, so it was still a good sample split. It's just we're running against a hard sample split. How now, brown cow? That doesn't work. Tried to copy a Swiggy and it didn't work. Tried to back it up, but no, it doesn't work. It only works if you go, how now, brown cow? And I tried to do it at the second part, it doesn't work. That's what I get for trying to steal someone's Riz. It's not my Riz. It's karma, instant karma. I'm taking the risk here. A grenade can low roll anyway, so... Fuck you, Rufus. Fuck you. Piece of shit. You laughed once and I was like, okay, that's kind of annoying, but you do you. But you did it the second time and now you just cringe. Now you just cringe. You just cringe now. You're not funny. Go back to 4chan. I didn't say anything. No, you misheard. I didn't say anything. Must be your imagination. I might have flew too close to the sun. No, I think we're good. I think he would have went back down if I overrolled here. If I had done too much damage, he would have went back down. I took a risk there, and we got rewarded for it. This better be fast trying, otherwise we're fucked. If he targets Barrett, we're safe. But if he targets anyone else with the bubble, then we're in for a world of hurt. He has to target Barrett here. If you get second to third try, you want to use 2 limits, but we can only use 1 because we need to keep Cloud's limit for J-Birth. So the only way we're safe here is if he targets Barrett with the bubble, essentially. Anyone else, it could be disaster. Spell disaster. Barrett, please. Whew. I mean, the pace is still dog shit, but we can continue still, at least. And not be like 5 minutes behind. We're gonna be like over a minute behind, but it's better that than eventually being almost 5 minutes behind by having Cloud die. Yeah, the run's dog shit, but it's not as bad as it would have been if someone died in that fight. Man, that traversal to bottom's well. Sorry, the traversal to Junon was so bullshit. First of all, the first encounter was a fucking pincer, which I can't even remember the last time I had a pincer just after doing calm skip. I don't think I've ever had it happen. I've seen it happen to MC, certainly. I've seen it happen to like really good runners and they like just get shafted and lose so much fucking time just because they get a pincer right after doing calm skip. I've seen it happen. I think that might actually be the first time I've had it where I've successfully complete calm skip, but then the first encounter I get leaving the gate is a fucking pincer. I mean, at least the thief didn't steal anything. Like our gill route, our gill route could have been fucked if that happens, but that's still bullshit. Not only was the first encounter a pincer, we also had 3 fucking encounters on the way. 3 of them. Like, by itself, 3 encounters on the way is super fucking slow and bullshit, but with the first one being a pincer on top, like, that is just ridiculous. Unacceptable. I don't even deserve it. Like, I feel like I did that calm skip very clean. I feel like it was a very clean calm skip. Like, it wasn't perfect, but in terms of what you reasonably hope to achieve as a human, that was a pretty clean calm skip. But then I just get a fucking pincer leaving the gate. But yeah, I deserve that, definitely. Yeah, you know how you successfully did the Midgar to Ranch Manip? You did it successfully, and you know how you did the Chocobo Manip successfully, and you know how when you were doing calm skip, you avoided the Zolom and your movement was clean. You know how he did all that, like, very well? Yeah, just get fucked. Just get a pincer, you know? Here's a pincer. Oh, you want to be rewarded for your good gameplay? Yeah, fuck you. Here's 3 encounters and one of them's a fucking pincer. Like, awesome. Because that's fair. What a shitload of fuck. 2 text boxes. What were they thinking, putting a pincer in that area? Yeah, I know. I should at least be grateful that the game lets us do calm skip. I should at least be grateful that that's a thing. What the fuck? Okay, this disc needs a clean. It would seem. Yeah, I'm being very ungrateful about the fact that calm skip is even a thing to begin with. I know. I know. I'm just jaded, that's all. I've ran with calm skip for so long that, like, I forget to be grateful for the fact that the skip's even a thing. That's still fucking bullshit, though. Like, if I had a sloppy calm skip and, like, I messed up some of the manips, I'd be like, you know what, I deserve that encounter. I deserve to be punished like that because I was playing like shit. But pretty much that whole split up until that point, I was doing most of the things clean. I had a couple of bonks here and there, but one of those bonks was intentional because it's the way I do the setup for preemptive genetic birth. And the other bonk... Yeah, the other bonk you have to do. You have to do a little bonk on the mountain to be able to successfully finish calm skip. You have to do that bonk. That bonk is mandatory. I mean, yeah, I didn't do 0 encounter minute on the way from Midgard to Ranch, but I don't even think people have generated IDTs for CSR for those. Like, there are IDTs for 0 enc on the way from Midgard to Ranch in vanilla. But I don't think anyone's really generated any IDTs for 0 enc minute on CSR. What is this? 45 so-so? Okay. Well, that's kind of annoying, but it's runnable. It's manageable. Yeah, those were clean manips. The calm skip felt clean. We even got, like, text box skip before the Zolom cutscene. And we still just get treated like that. Like, yeah, because that's fair. That's absolutely fair. Whatever. Gotta stop thinking about that. I need to remember the fact that we got 6 ethers here as opposed to 5,000 gil. I don't know how the fuck that golded. I have no idea how that golded. I even bonked in a few spots. Like, I bonked leaving the building with the enemy skill in it. I don't know how the fuck that golded. I guess the pattern was pretty good. Even still, that shouldn't be enough to gold. Not a clue. I guess maybe this patch of CSR cuts out some more cutscenes that the older versions didn't. Maybe. That's the only reason I can think of for how that golded. Oh no, I know how it golded. It golded because of that F&V glitch. I think that's why. I think that's how it golded. Yeah, I think it's because of that F&V glitch. Alright. Keep skipping splits until... Oh fuck, I didn't put Shiva on Cloud. I didn't do any of the menus, actually. I didn't do the menu. Oh my god. Please don't target Cloud. Okay. We'll just keep splitting. We'll just keep skipping splits until it's no longer a gold. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I only golded that last split because of the F&B glitch. Pretty damn sure. I'm convinced. So I'm just gonna keep skipping splits until it's no longer a gold. What is this? This is fucking bullshit. Oh, fuck you. Just fucks. What for this woman? I think I need to use 2 more limits. I have to pay attention after the laser fight there. I haven't really been paying too much attention to our Brave account. Okay, no longer a gold. Nice, okay. Well, I hope we don't need AP growth on any of those materials. Hope none of the material needs AP growth. I'm pretty sure they don't. I don't think steel levels up at any point in the no slots run. You know what? I think if we get 2 encounters on the way to Coral Mountains, I might just reset. Our item management is already messed up. I mean, I haven't had a single right arm on CSR yet, or at least not on this CSR splits file. On this CSR splits file, I haven't had a right arm yet, but I don't really care enough. Yeah, if I get a second encounter here, I'm just resetting. Because a right arm being in my golds just means there's more cope. Which means that I feel like I'll have to play out runs more and I'll just get pissed off when I don't get a right arm, so... whatever. I'll try and get a right arm in my summer vest. I've definitely had right arm on CSR before, but that was on the older version of CSR, where it kind of like removed too much cutscenes and removed like some of the skill checks as a result. On the individual contributor CSR, I've never had a right arm, but I have had right arm on CSR before. I definitely have had a right arm, like at least one on CSR before. But in terms of the individual contributor CSR, I don't think I've ever had a right arm. It's not in my summer vest. I mean, if it happens, it means I'll have to... When I look at the best possible time in the future, I'll just have to tell myself to add like 30 seconds to it. But... Nah, that material keeper menu I did earlier was atrocious. I should probably try and, like, correct that a bit. I should play at least until material keeper, I think. Should try and correct the mistake I made on the material keeper menu earlier, while it's still fresh in my mind. I mean, yeah, earlier when I reset, I was like, oh, you're better off just practicing menus with save states, but if I have made a menu mistake in the previous attempt, and I can still remember what went wrong, yeah, if I can still remember what went wrong, then it's still worth playing up to that point, just to try and correct it while it's still fresh in my mind. If I go to drill menus with save state, yeah, if I go to drill menus with save states later on, if I was to do that today, it probably wouldn't be fresh in my mind, and I probably wouldn't even think about it. But I think while it's still fresh in my mind, I should at the very least play up to the MK menu, just to try and correct it. I'm not going to do the Mark IDT strat for the Beach Plug Minip. I'm just going to go back into Cosmo Canyon. I can never get the Ace Zephyr IDT Minip to work for the Beach Plugs on CSR. I can get it to work on Vanilla. Like, I get it on Vanilla like 9 times out of 10. But on CSR, I can never get the Ace Zephyr IDT Minip to work. I think it's because there hasn't been enough time to offset. Yeah, I think they're just... On CSR, there hasn't been enough time to offset, because On vanilla, whether you mark the IDT in the heart or decide to do it right before dying, either or, right after those two spots, there's like a long cutscene, and then after you kill dying, there's another long cutscene, and then you gotta wait a while before doing the chocobos. So like on vanilla, there's been enough time to offset. Yeah, enough time has lapsed for the offset between the RTA and IDT to be accurate. In CSR, not enough time has lapsed for there to be enough of an offset. So I think that's the reason why it never works in CSR. So because of that, I'm just going to go back into Gold Saucer. Sorry, I'm going to go back to Desert Prison. And then check the IDT there. Oh, I've got a new brown split, let's go. I'm just going to skip that, otherwise I'm not going to want to continue. I'm just going to skip it to motivate myself to continue. We've got to play up till at least the MK menu, just so I can try and correct the mistake I made earlier. Yeah, is my game crashed? Well, that's annoying. There was a blotch underneath the CSR disk. I think that's what's been causing it. I think. I don't think we can continue. I think it looks like there's a blotch underneath the disk when I took out. I'm gonna try and pop in my official disk. See if it makes a difference, but pretty sure we'll start here now. Yeah, I know it's not the PS2 tuner disc. I looked underneath it, there was no rings. It's just there was a blotch underneath the disc. Relatively sure that's the reason. Yeah, it's fucked. Fucked it, lads. Unfortunately. It's fucked. Well, I guess that's my fault for not checking underneath the disc before I did CSR attempts. It's kind of a mercy kill though, to be honest. I didn't want to play that out. We didn't get it right on still anyway. I need to look into getting IGTs for Costa the Coral on a CSR though. That is something I should do. I'm trying to publish the VOD. Basically, I tried to go in the gondola to get to the gold saucer, and then the FMV was stuck for like 10 seconds, and then it like the frame started to advance, but it was still like really jittery, and then it was stuck there for like a minute, and I got past that, and then it skipped the because it's CSR, it skipped the FMV where you see the gondola going up to the gold saucer, and started playing this track, but because there's an FMV, you know, there's like a small FMV when this track plays, even on CSR. It got stuck. So basically there was a blotch underneath the disc. I took the disc out and I looked underneath it, and sure enough, there was a blotch underneath the disc. There was no ring, like there was no sign of the disc being chewed or scratched or anything like that. Nothing like scary. It was just a blotch that was underneath the disc. I guess that's my bad for not looking underneath the disc before I did CSR attempts, I guess. I kind of wasn't fancying that run though, to be honest, but... So I cleaned the blotch off, put the disc back in, and yeah, because I opened the tray during a spot where an FMV is supposed to play, even though I've taken the disc out and put it back in, it's just stopped now. It's fucked. I published the VOD so you can have a look, but yeah. At least I got to find out straight away what was the cause of it. We got to find out straight away, which is good, but... It's annoying, but like, I didn't really want to continue that run anyway, to be honest, so... It's kind of a mercy kill, honestly. Rough. Sometimes it's like that. Can't do much about this, to be honest. I mean, yeah, the disc wasn't fucked. It's not like the disc was scratched or anything. It just had a blotch. It's like a blotch of grease under it. I checked the condition of the disc. The disc itself's fine. It's just, you know, a blotch got onto it somehow. And I just put the disc in without looking underneath. Just because I was 50-50 about whether I wanted to do CSR or not, so I was just like, I'll just put the disc in as soon as possible, just to make my mind up. But I should have checked underneath the disc before I put it in, really. I did CSR attempts. The disc itself should be fine now, it's just, you know, there was like a blotch underneath it, which I had to wipe off. I mean, I could play an emulator instead, but I hate how emulator feels. And because it's possible to put cheat engine and big shoes up to, like, emulator, It makes the run feel less legit. Like, I'm not saying people who run emulator, I'm not saying that runs are lesser, but like, there's a potential point of people like, oh yeah, there's a potential accusation point of people being like, oh, you plugged in cheat engine or used big shoes or whatever. Especially with what's happened recently. Like, if I do more PSX digital runs in the future, it's not going to be until I get my like FPGA thing, because that's still emulation, but you can't hook cheat engine up to that, and you can't hook big shoes up to that. So there's no point of contention about whether or not I hacked into the game and changed the values. Like, it's still possible to reverse engineer the game and modify an ISO, and then use that modified ISO on FPGA. That's still possible, but like, it's a lot. Even with that in mind, it's still a lot like harder to cheat on FPGA compared to emulator. But even if it wasn't for all that stuff, I just hate how emulator feels. So yeah, I could have just done CSR on emulator today, but I just I don't know, FF7 on emulator, even on RetroArch, I just hate the feel of it. It just feels so garbage. But I guess that's one extra point for doing CSR on emulator ground, or do CSR on emulator ground. I just hate the feel of it. And it messes up my muscle memory for when I do vanilla attempts. Like, I'm not a fan. Hate how FF7 feels on emulator. FF9 feels fine, but FF7 doesn't. Just feels gross. That's really depressing. Even despite the fact the run was like really bad, it's still, yeah, it's depressing. This feels like how Barrett felt when he was in Gold Saucer for the first time, coming back. Wait, Cornfed's live? No way. No shot. No major skips turbo, let's go. Corn's back on no major skips. Hell yeah, fuck yes. That's awesome. Sorry, everyone. That is a CSR, and it's just a blush underneath the disc. I mean, most people do it on emulator. Most people. I do it on disc, but no, it's CSR, so it's backup discs, it's not your discs. Yeah, it's different discs entirely. Thank you, Cheeky. Maybe gonna do some FM, but I think let's get my brothers up to do some co-op stuff. Yeah, see who's down. Alright. Alright. Works for me. Technically, I have all the challenges unlocked for RC Racer. I also have done all the challenges for RC Racer, so technically I could do runs of that, but I need to learn the skips first. There's a bunch of, like, lap glitches. Like, there's a few spots where you have to do lap glitches, otherwise you'll lose, like, 10 minutes. Something like that. So if I was to do runs of RC Racer, I'd have to, like, learn the skips first, otherwise my time is going to be, like, 10 minutes slower than the last place run on the board. Like, you're guaranteed last if you don't learn the skips. Oh, it's Yu-Gi-Oh! Does that change? Should we do the poll again, or does that change anything? It's just Yu-Gi-Oh! Forbidden Memories, New Game Plus, with my deck already prepared. Just going through the game, just to experience the story. It's not really that productive though, because if I'm picking up FM, then I have to actually learn the other fusions rather than just Thunders and Dragons. So I'd have to learn what the other fusions are for early game, otherwise I'd lose like a lot of time. I can remember a few of the combinations to make Mystical Sand, but like the other cards I don't know how to fuse for. I've fused them by accident, but I've never been able to like tell myself to actually remember what the combinations were. So the only thing I'd be practicing if I was playing Forbidden Memories would just be not choking when I have the Thunders and the Dragons ready, but other than that, not really learning anything new. Yeah, I'm sorry. I should have hard reset by now, but I got distracted. We only have one vote. fuck's sake. Oh, man. Well, I would pop it. Bought these yesterday. Quaff like an actual sensible person. So, in the next 2 minutes, if nobody else has anything else to say, I'll play Toy Story Racer. Speak now or forever hold your peace. So, I have like 150 out of 200 soldiers, or like 151 or something like that. I might actually just push myself to finish the rest of the challenges tonight. Might be up for a while, I don't know. But just for the sake of us being more likely to collect everything today, I'm going to be using fastest speed. Okay, that's... Okay, we've been listening to that enough today. Fuck that. I don't want people derosted. Sorry. I don't want people burnt out on 7 before I've even fucking derosted. Okay, that's better. It's a better track as well, in my opinion. I think even MD would agree with that, honestly. I mean, he actually listens to actual music as well, but if he's... You know, if we are conversating and debating about best game tracks, I'm pretty sure he would say this RE track is better than the Aris Garden FF7. I think you'd agree that this track is more iconic and better. Normally, I play Toy Story Racer with standard disc speed just because those people who play that game play on emulator. So I don't want people come and be like, oh man, look how slow they are despite how fast the loads are. I mean, even if it's just a casual playthrough, people still say that. But lol, look at this person casually playing through this on PS5 and playthroughs like 5 times the length of my PS1 run. Lol. Haha. But I kind of want to actually finish collecting everything today, so I'm playing FDS for that reason. Even though the whole dynamic of, oh look how slow they're playing despite the fact of how fucking fast the loads are. The loads are that fast and they're still that fucking slow. Haha, XD. I kind of want to finish collecting everything today, so fuck it, I don't care. I'll just put it on FTS. Yeah, I don't even say the X part right. I'm trying to say ECKS to be funny, but yeah. This is Breath of Fire, I think. I think I only know that because of Zeal. Yeah, it's Breath of Fire 3. I only know that from watching Zeal. Really, to be honest. If I'm completely honest. Spilt it on my fucking drawers as well. Okay. Alright. Alright. Okay. Can't be fucked to get rid of those scan lines. It's not even 150, it's 149. Oh, it fucks this up. To reset to load the fucking save. Such an amazing game design. Arrow the incorrect way around. There we go. No, what the fuck? I changed the game and I clicked done and it changes back to FF7. Fuck off. Bullshit. gonna do exclamation mark game, and it's still gonna fucking say 7 in it. I could put less than 52 more soldiers to go. But that sounds sarcastic. It's like, less than 50 more, like, less than 52 more soldiers to go. I've heard that. It doesn't have any sarcasm, it's just, yeah.
I said I want a nice, clean fight! Yeah. I said I want a nice, clean fight! Yeah. said I want a nice, clean fight. Ha ha!
Rex here. Let's go really fast.
Bark, 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 bark.
It is time. Begin. Ah, you have arrived.
Pretty sure this is a challenge I got stuck on as a kid, and I couldn't do it. Oh boy. There's one here. Yeah, I can see how I might have struggled with that. I think it's pretty obvious what the solution is there. I was probably refusing to use a certain button.
Portal awaits.
Not even button, just doing this. And probably wasn't even cutting the corner here like that. So I just come there and just turn around and go here. Okay, yeah, I think that's doable. It's definitely doable. Closer to not one there. I can see why I struggled with this as a kid, but
It is time.
it doesn't seem that
Begin.
bad. Or just don't take the boost at the start. That's an option too. Just don't bonk here. Don't grab that. Yeah, we almost had it then. Yeah, I can definitely see why I struggled with this as a kid, but
Ah, you have arrived.
it's pretty easy in hindsight. Compared to how bad I thought it was, or how bad I remembered it being. Well, I don't need to play anymore for the rest of the day. I already beat the challenge that I was stuck on as a kid and that I couldn't get past, so yeah, that's mission complete for today. Thank you guys for
I
watching.
see the light.
Don't know what I'm doing in
Who
that stream.
are
I'm just kidding.
you,
I'm just kidding.
stranger?
Every dog has its day.
But no. If all else fails this session, I can at least fall back on the fact that I beat the challenge that I got stuck on as a kid.
Yip, yip.
I'm pretty sure that's the same
yippee.
challenge. Because I can definitely see why I would have struggled it. Yeah, I can definitely see why I would have struggled at doing it as a kid. But yeah, that actually wasn't that bad.
The mystic portal awaits.
No time to lose.
Okay.
To infinity and beyond. Better buzz. To infinity and beyond.
Revenge is not an idea we promote on my planet. Revenge is not an idea we promote on my planet.
You are a sad, strange little man, and you have my pity.
To infinity and beyond!
Oh, I thought I had another lap to go. So yeah, if you get a boost drop, you can do that strat, but it's not worth doing if you don't get a boost drop. It's one of the most RNG stages. In terms of the base challenges, it's